Alright, here we are. Gonna be doing some masking and painting of panels on this. I just need to find the panel lines. This one I've already got pre-made because I had to touch something up last night that I screwed up. I messed up that panel, so I resprayed it and kept the mask for it. Getting that right? I don't think so. No, I'm not. Got a bunch of masking tape I previously used that I'm reusing. So how's everybody doing? It's a nice Friday. Now I need to make some long strips to do right there and right there and curve them around. I could either curve them or I could try to match the angles, but that's really hard to do. So I'm probably just going to cut a thin strip, curve it, and then fill it in with tape. Line up a little better. There we go. So what's everybody's plans for the weekend? Hey, Aries. Tell work I said hi. What all needs organizing? You see, with all the thumb twiddling you say you do, one would think you'd be more motivated to work on something when you got home. Be it model building or otherwise. Gotcha. So basically you haven't finished moving in yet, because of all the other stuff that's come up, like the 2-day run to Tucson and all that. Well, I know that feeling too, or you get the ideas while you're twiddling, and then come time to actually do it, you're like, you know what, fuck it, because the twiddling made you tired. And then a lot of people just don't get it, how sitting around and waiting can be just as tiring as being out working all day. And I don't mean that in the physical aspect, but I mean a mental aspect. It just drains you. I'm just trying to give myself enough of a barrier here for when I spray this and that, there won't be too much overspray. I'm going to be working at a low air pressure too. And then once we get this done, I'm going to switch over to this side and mask off the same spot here. And then I think we'll move into here, do the areas on this part of the ship. There's two other darker or light blue areas back here. And then we can start on the gray areas. And here we are trying to use our wonderful friend Mission Models paint again. This color is not very... It's a good color. The paint doesn't fucking stick. Like, I was trying to clean some dust off the model with a damp towel and it wiped right off. It's like painting with tempera paint. Oh, I stuck the nozzle of the airbrush between my fingers and just hit air through it. Why, did it scare you? But I'm going to seal all this under a coat of Vallejo clear gloss and hope that's enough to harden it up so it doesn't fuck around and find out on me. Let's clear this out. I hope everybody else is getting ready to have a good weekend. I will be off Sunday and Monday as well. So depending on how far we get on this today, we'll continue or finish up on it. Get my paint water where I can actually access it. Yeah, I was trying to wipe it down with a damp cloth because this model's been sitting for a few months. And dust had accumulated on it, and I just wanted to, you know, wipe it down. I didn't want dust all over the place when I was trying to paint. Let's see how well these curves turned out, shall we? Pretty darn good. I'll have to go in with a brush. Seeing how that went, I'm probably going to just touch up the dark blue into that, because that's a pretty even curve right there. Excuse me. Hey, Alex. Already Friday again, yep. The plan is to also be on Sunday and Monday this week, as I'm off those days as well, which means no Friday stream next week. That's alright, gotta feed the family and all that, you know? What's funny is Worf's Defiant wasn't even the original Defiant. It had already been blown up once in the TV series and replaced by another ship. At the same note, you've got a ship like this, right? What makes more sense? I gotta shave tonight. A big ass ship like the Enterprise, right? Going to do scientific stuff and evaluate for first contact. You know, that's one thing that, was it Into Darkness? Got right? You know, you're going to see that shit in orbit. Whereas a ship like this that can cloak and is small, to me, it would make more sense for scientific stuff. You can get in tighter places, not be noticed as much. And it's got the firepower to get itself out of trouble just as fast as it gets into it. What now? Oh, was that the ship that got renamed to the new Defiant? I never looked into it that deep. I always thought it was something else. So while I'm doing that one, I'm going to get these two masked out. And if there's enough room and there's no overlap, I'll get the rest masked out and shoot it all in one shot. And also, let me know if you're experiencing trouble on the feed, because last couple streams... Oh, Peter Weller's ship was junk. Honestly, nothing in the 2009 movies makes sense. every film was about vengeance, so it was all about revenge, right? And it's like they went through all this trouble to reset Star Trek, right? And the first thing they do is ape the Wrath of Khan. Technically, they remade Space Seed. Or they circumvented Space Seed. But essentially, they just did Wrath of Khan instead of trying to do something else. It's like, hey, we've got this new cast, this new crew, this new looking ship. We've essentially reset the timeline to where we don't have to follow everything that came before so strictly. So what do we do with this? It's the Wrath of Khan again. Oh, Jesus. And then J.J. Abrams went to the M. Night Shyamalan School of Twists. This time we're gonna have Spock scream Khan. And even the one after that, it was still... Again, it was about revenge and vengeance. And... Well, let's not be too on the nose, but let's copy Star Trek 3's... 2 and 3's acknowledgement of the aging crew. Even though this crew is still far younger than the original series crew at that time. Oh, and like Star Trek 3, let's completely obliterate the Enterprise really quick. Yeah. And what's really sad is you can see kernels of good ideas, right? But they have to rely so heavily on what came before. Let's see how close I got this curve. Damn, that was a good guess. But yeah, just kind of like everything else, I'm tired of even how Star Trek just kind of retreads itself a lot lately, and it's not giving you anything you want to see. It's stale, you know. So I'm trying to extrapolate what they're doing on this model as opposed to that. I've got pictures of the studio model up on my computer. See if I have one of that area from the angle I'm looking at it. How Star Trek wasted the potential of the reset they did in 2009 and immediately went to mimicking Star Trek 2 and Star Trek 3 in the follow-up films, and there was no positivity, there was no hopefulness. It was all just revenge and vengeance and destruction and carnage. It wasn't anything. And that's kind of a letdown, to be honest. Hey David, how you doing? And then it's actually carried on with the TV series too, like Discovery. Sorry, I tried watching the first season. I really did. And it was overshadowed by all the bullshit, you know? And it didn't allow what Star Trek was to breathe through it. And then they go and do this Section 31 shit. It was cool when it was just a shadow agency and Enterprise, you know? It didn't need anything more. We don't need every aspect of everything shown and explained to us. It's removing the ability for the audience to extrapolate and think. That's the sad thing. Because even back then, I think it did manage to recoup its box office. But even back then it was considered a flop because it wasn't Star Wars. Oh, sorry, I've got a tickle in my ear. I don't like the J.J. Abrams mystery box within mystery box within mystery box. And that's something he's been doing in every production he's been involved in. Because if his pacing allowed you to stop and think about what's going on in the films he makes, they would fall apart in the first 20 minutes. Okay, so this comes around to here and goes back that way. And an example of that is look at Star Wars Episode 7. How the fuck did they get Luke's lightsaber? Oh, that's a story for another time. We never got an answer. And that kind of extravagance is something that really does need to be explained. This color blue needs to go here, 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 and here, and here. And then once all that's done, I need to start laying in this gray on panels around here, and some more around through here and around here. So I just figured this would be a chill stream that we could just mask off things and talk about Star Trek. But to be honest, from, you know, my perspective anyway, both series need to be given time to rest, time to breathe, and honestly, time to see if they find relevance again. If they don't, leave them alone. Put that money into something else that's not a Marvel product. Exactly. What did you watch? I don't know. All I remember is a lot of booms and flashy stuff, and I think there was a girl in it. Maybe a spaceship. Or 3. I couldn't tell because of the searing migraine I got from the flashing. And it's kind of like certain actors, like T.J. Miller, right? The snarky guy from Deadpool. He got killed in the 4th Transformers movie. What's the first movie you remember him in? I'll tell you the first one I remember him in, but I want to hear your responses first to see if they match up. And I remembered him for his voice. You don't really see him really much in the movie that I'm thinking of. And it's the first movie I can recall him being in. It's Deadpool's sidekick in the first 2 movies where he was just the snarky guy. The guy with the mini in Transformers 4 who got blown up by lockdown. Most people forget that he was HUD in Cloverfield. He was the guy filming everything, making the snarky comments. But all you ever hear of him is, "Oh, he's so funny." No, not really. And, like, how much of that is legit people liking him, or we're being told that this particular person is funny? Yeah, the bar guy. And and it's like these actors just pop up out of nowhere, like you've never heard of them, never seen them, have no idea who they are, but all of a sudden everybody knows who they are. Everybody loves them, and it's like, well, what the fuck have they ever done? Star Trek Strange New Worlds, this Anson Mount guy who's playing Pike. Everyone drools over him like, who the fuck is this guy? I've never seen him before. I'm not against new actors, doing new things in new roles. But don't act... Was he in How to Train Your Dragon? I forget. I remember him from being in, we're talking about T.J. Miller, right? I remember him from being in Cloverfield first. But he's always that one-note sassy-ass character. He's not somebody you remember for being important. See, I didn't really see that very much, so I didn't recall the voice. Even Mason was kind of at the wrong age at the wrong time for that film, so we never got inundated with How to Train Your Dragon stuff in this house. And we completely missed on Big Hero 6. I've heard it was good, don't get me wrong. You wouldn't like it, it's a shaky cam film. The idea behind it was interesting, but yeah, it's a shaky cam film. But it was a typical J.J. Abrams produced, everything's loosely connected, ooh, Lost, Slusho, kind of idea project with a kaiju in it. Oh, I know it was good, I'm just saying I never had a chance to see it. I've heard nothing but good things about it, but what I'm talking about is the actor himself, T.J. Miller, just suddenly being poofed into existence, it seemed. Because I think... Yeah, but I think... I don't know. I don't know where I'm going with this. It just... I feel like I'm missing something socially when shit like that happens. It's like... Was I asleep for 5 years and missed the popularity contest, which thrust these people into the social limelight? Thing is, Blair... T.J. Miller or Anson Mount? I know Miller is, yeah. thought I had a gap somewhere. Alright. Never mind, no gap. Well, not only that, but it's like... Even Mads Mikkelsen, I know he's a good actor from his own country. He's the guy from Rogue One, Jin's father. But that's the first place I recall ever seeing him, was Rogue One. And then he was in Death Stranding as well. He was the main character's father that you're kind of fighting all the time. Again, good actor, but it's like, I don't know, it's been giving me a kind of dissonance, like they're being portrayed as somebody that we should all know, yet at the same time I have no idea who they are. So like, is there something wrong with me, or am I just withdrawn enough from everything that I'm not getting the big ooh ah of it all? You know? I'm not getting the hype, I guess. Maybe I'm just that disconnected. Feels like it sometimes, to be honest. Alright, let's shoot this blue, and then we'll have a snacky break. I didn't see Punisher until after Rogue One. That's why I'm explaining that the first place I recall seeing him was Rogue One. Remember, not a Marvel fan? And which Punisher? The Lundgren one or the other one? Oh, Pusher. Pusher. Is that the film with Dakota Fanning where she's like got like a psychic power? Casino. I never saw Casino Royale. I tried watching that, I couldn't get past the first 10 minutes. But again, I encountered that film after Rogue One. Yes, it does. So please don't yell. I may misread things. I'm very sorry. Then after Rogue One and Death Stranding, then I next saw him in Doctor Strange. And the only reason I really watched that is because the wife was interested in it, and I figured, what the hell, I'd give it a shot. He's not a bad actor, but again, it's one of those instances where it feels like I'm supposed to be more excited than I am about a certain actor, you know? Or maybe it's just because I'm old, I don't put that much importance in certain actors being in films. I care more about the effective telling of a story than who's in it. Yeah, he was... No, he wasn't the main villain. He was one of the henchmen of the main villain. New Star Wars movies? I haven't seen anything so much on movies, but what could potentially be series. They're wanting to do an adaptation. They're using the name of the game, Jedi Starfighter. And they're gonna have Ryan Gosling as the main character. And then they're also doing Rogue Squadron. I don't know how much that's gonna tie into the books that were originally written by Stackpole. It would be a shame if they didn't, because the books had an awesome story. And I know it was before the current Disney storyline, but they would be stupid to not use it. The Rogue Squadron books were a very well-written, tight story that didn't contradict anything around it. And I've always wanted to see Corran Horn's X-Wing realized. But that's the other side of the coin that's starting to really appear now, is I'm tired of seeing the same 5 actors in all my movies. Like, if you're gonna give us a new actor, like Anson Mount, he's not new to the scene, but he's new to our scene, right? But stop presenting these people in a way that I should feel dumb for not knowing who they are. It's like it feels insulting. It's like, you should know him from this and this, and it's like, no, I don't, because that's outside of my interest range, you know? But with Rogue Squadron, though, I just hope it's not another case of Disney, kind of like with Grand Admiral Thrawn. They're essentially raping the corpse of the original EU in an attempt to garner favor with older fans, when the content they're going to make isn't even going to be related to what was originally written. Like the Grand Admiral Thrawn presented in Rebels and Ahsoka, I'm sorry, that is not the same character that was written back in the 90s. He's nowhere near as ruthless, cunning, charismatic, and that Thrawn would never have let himself get a beer gut. He was always about keeping himself in physical condition, no matter what was going on. Which tells you something about the character right there. So that's why the current iteration of Thrawn was getting so much flack, is because it's not the character we were supposed to get. By a long shot. And honestly, from the way the character was presented in other media, I was also expecting somebody a bit more commanding sounding, not somebody that sounded like a snake trying to speak in English. I like how that looks. Let me make sure I got all the light blue panels taken care of. And then we will get into the gray ones. Alright, looks like it. So, I'm gonna pause real quick, grab a snack, and be right back. Alright, I'm back. So, Alex, you kind of hit on another thing that is interesting and concerning at the same time. Because you're not wrong. A good bad guy, right, should be brainy, charismatic, and devious, you know? Almost to the point where you could confuse that for being a good guy. And it's only been done really well a few times. What I'm worried about is the current trend of taking classically established, like, villains, like despicable, nasty, ugly characters, and trying to normalize them and make us sympathize with them. An example of that, and hate me if you want, I don't care, Wicked. Shit movie. Why? Because we're trying to make the Wicked Witch of the West a nice person. Cruella, same thing. We're trying to show that this could have been a nice person. And it's all part of the other problem where things have to be over-explained. You know, a good example of a deviously charismatic bad guy that you could almost think would be a good guy, and he was for a little bit, but then showed his true colors again, Gul Dukat, Deep Space Nine. That guy was a dyed-in-the-wool, out-for-himself bad guy. But for a very short time, he was a good guy. But only because it suited him. To me, that is one of the perfect examples of the bad guy that you describe, where you want the good guy to win, but you know the bad guy is bad enough, that might not happen. Like, I don't buy Lucas's whole thing about Darth Vader always having good in him in Star Wars Episode 4. You know, that was the first movie made. They didn't know where it was going, what it was doing, if it was going to succeed. So he wrote your stereotypical bad guy henchman, right? You could tell from how he was acting, the guy was bad through and through. Only after, in Empire, when the story took off, and it actually went somewhere, Lucas is like, fuck, what do I do with these characters? And I don't care what the interviews say, I don't care what the fanzines say or anything like that. You take it at the moment it was made. Right? It's 1975, you're filming your movie. You know it's a shot in the dark. You're not planning that far ahead. And that's where the difficulties with episodes, 1 through 3 happen, is you have to retcon this character so far back. Now, did he do an okay job of it? Yeah, in a way it made him more iconic. But at the same time, when you saw him first in 77, you didn't care about any of that. None of that background shit that people scream about these days. You just cared that he was a bad guy, he was all in black. But then again, it turned out he was subordinate to somebody because he got Grand Moff Tarkin telling him what to do. You know, so he was your typical henchman to the mustache twirling bad guy. But it's just really disgusting that we've taken, like, what next? Are we going to get a series about Palpatine? You know, before he was the senator from Naboo, and about how he was such a good person, but then got swayed by the dark side. Are we going to have that too? Do we need that? So yeah, to me, there's only so much retconning that can be done before you begin to dilute and ruin the rest of the series. Alien. Prometheus did a disservice to Alien. Prometheus removed the mystery of the ship they find. So now if you watch Prometheus first before you watch Alien, you don't know exactly what's going to happen, but you understand behind the ship that there's no mystery to it, you know? So it dilutes the story. Same thing about this Alien Earth series that's supposed to come out. If they really are on Earth, and it happens between, I want to say, if it happens between Romulus and aliens, then what's the point of the events of Aliens? And anything after that. I mean, we don't know. The series hasn't come out yet, but I don't have good expectations for it, simply because it will basically act as an unnecessary retcon, possibly removing the need for the other stories in the series. And then people can always say, well, you could always just go watch the other movies on their own. Yeah, you could. But in the back of your head, there's still that knowledge of what they've been trying to do, right? Even Kenobi, that series, was a disservice to the character. Yeah, according to what they're setting up in Alien Earth, there is no reason for anything past aliens. And Fede Alvarez also confirmed that the shuttle we see in the background of the scene when the alien grabs the pregnant girl in the hangar in Romulus, you know, the little escape shuttle from Alien that you see in the background? That's fucking Ripley. Why is she there? If they had her, what happened? You know, aside from the station thing happening, what happened? So another retcon that went nowhere that could possibly damage the entire story. And you also see the shuttle leave the station as it's hitting the rings. So, and that's the problem when you have. I don't want to say. Yeah, actually, I should say. That's the problem when you have fans making a movie. Um, they want to try and cram in as much Easter egg bullshit as they can. And we're going to circle back around to Star Trek with this. Star Trek 2. Considered one of the best films in the series. Honestly, outside of Star Trek 6, it's one of the two top films in the series to me. Funny enough, they're both directed by the same person. Nicholas Meyer was not a fan. He'd never really watched it. He had to watch Space Seed to get caught up on what's going on to write the story. And in a way, it was his ignorance of Star Trek that I think was a benefit, because it allowed him to concentrate on that particular story, right? We didn't need to know that, and I'm using this as a stupid, Easter egg type example. We didn't know that Kirk had a pet, one of those things, the Horta. We didn't know that Kirk had a pet Horta on the ship, right? We didn't need to know, we didn't need to see the computer that Spock smashed back in the episode where he was going rapey nuts. Even though it wouldn't be there because the ship was getting refit anyway. But we didn't have all these callbacks in a movie that in itself was a callback to the original series. Right? I think that made that film stronger because of it. But primarily it was because he didn't know anything about Star Trek. It allowed him more freedom in his creation of the story without being, encumbered by all of the unnecessary crap that other people feel needs to be injected into sequels and other tie-ins these days. I would say that was the only thing that brought Romulus down a few pegs for me, was all of the unnecessary line callbacks to previous films. I didn't mind that we got another Ash-style android, simply because people who are fans of the series know that the android designs get recycled. How many fucking bishops have we had through the years between the movies and games? All played by Lance Henriksen. So having an Ash android actually kind of made a weird sense. But what didn't make sense was Andy saying, "Get away from her, you bitch." It's like, no, no. There's no reason for that. And wasn't there an Easter egg in one of the newer Star Trek series where somebody had one of the earworms from SETI Alpha 5 in a dish in their office desk or something? I could have sworn I saw that somewhere too. I could be mistaken though. But overall, to me, it's like there's fan service, and then there's okay. Let the other movies go. Okay. panel here and a panel here. And I'm all for that detour, you know? And if I remember right, there was an interview that Nicholas Meyer almost didn't come back to do Star Trek VI. Allie, leave Arnie alone. Just let him sleep. It's probably near the end if he's hiding in a corner like that. Trying not to bother him as, you know, he's never slept over there before and it's a dark corner away from everything. Which probably tells me all I should really know or need to know. Trying to get the right angle on this panel here. Sorry. All right. Got it. And this new Predator film that's coming out, Predator Badlands? No thanks. This is why it takes me forever to do some Star Trek ships. And I could have bought an Aztec set from HDA Model Works, the same company that I got the new markings, the registry decals. Then I would have had to repaint the model again. I really didn't feel like doing that. Okay, so let me get a couple strips down here. Then we'll do this side. And then we'll have to remask back here. Okay. And sorry if I seem a little whiny about this stuff, but honestly, I'm a fan of these series because of what they were when they came out. And seeing them get regurgitated is actually kind of insulting. Especially when you know that there are new books and stories and series from new authors getting released every day. Ones that don't have to deal with Star Wars or Star Trek or any of that. I'm talking, you know, here's one that's over 20 years old. Peter F. Hamilton, the Night's Dawn trilogy. The paperback books were this thick. How about a good miniseries of that? Fallen Dragon, same author. Read those and tell me what you think, because there's some good stories in there. And they're no more of a risk than Star Wars was back in 1977. And with the technology we have now, they could be amazing looking. No worries. I guess I just want to see something new. But on that same token, something new without Jason Momoa, Chris Pratt, Jack Black, all these other, Zendaya, all these other same people. Something without them in it. Sorry, I bumped the mic. Because there was even a time... I'm going to give you a little Hollywood history lesson, I guess you could call it. There was a time in the mid-70s that the studios... No, we haven't, but I haven't seen it, so I'm not going to talk about it. The studios had new directors, and they knew these directors had new ideas. So they had a little challenge. It was a weird thing back then. But they basically gave these new directors $1 million and said, make a film. One of those directors was a man that went by the name of Douglas Trumbull. Stop me if you've heard this one. He's mainly known for special effects. And the film he made was special effects heavy. But it's also one of the best examples of environmentalist science fiction from the 70s ever made. You may have heard of it. It's a little film called Silent Running. It almost feels like we need to take a step back to that idea. Because all the time you hear, oh, this movie has to recoup its $500 million budget. What the fuck are you making that costs that much? And don't give me the effects bullshit because, it's been proven time and again you can still have quality effects and not have to break the bank. You just have to have a director that knows what the fuck he's doing. and not have to reshoot the movie 3 times because of a bad actress. But we almost need people like that in charge of the studios again if we want to get anywhere in terms of that stuff. And the only reason I haven't seen Rebel Moon is there's really nothing that draws me into it. I'm not a Zack Snyder fanboy either. I can appreciate the stylistic effect that he has on his films. Like, I love Sucker Punch. I actually enjoyed that. I thought it was an interesting way of telling a story in a girl's head as she's getting a lobotomy. That was interesting. But Rebel Moon, even from what I saw, was very derivative, you know? Just like that, what was that movie with Jennifer Lopez that came out recently that nobody saw because it was basically a Titanfall ripoff. Well, did you know that Silent Running was filmed on an aircraft carrier named the Valley Forge, which is what they named the ship in the movie? The entire film, everything was filmed on that aircraft carrier. The effects, too. It had enough space that carrier was a miniature film studio all on its own. I mean, we really want to change the system, right? So let's throw an idea out there. Everybody knows about the malls dying all over America, right? And we know the studio system's kind of broken. And people want something new. They want something different. They want a fresh take. Okay, well, we got all these young entrepreneurial guys. Why don't they buy the mall? Right? Here's a challenge for Mr. Beast. Not that he'll ever hear this. Start a film studio out of an old dead mall. Instead of letting these spaces rot for urban explorers to go into and vandals, turn these malls into film studios. Doesn't have to be anything grand, but imagine if each city had its own little film studio to produce local independent films. And let's see what grows from that. Says the guy with no money to do it anyway. But that's not too far-fetched an idea, though, is it? I mean, the way they're constantly having to tear down and rebuild sound stages, it's not like you'd have to worry about the roof of the mall or anything like that. And here's the thing, I didn't see Atlas mainly because I just don't want to watch Jennifer Lopez. But do you think that movie could have been better had she not been in it? If it was somebody else? Possibly somebody a little less well known that people would give a chance? Let's get some music going. Oh, shoot. Fuck. Oh. Nothing for it. I'm getting all ready to spray paint, and all of a sudden I realize I gotta mask that off. So I'm gonna run some liquid mask in there. And it doesn't need to be perfect, I just need to really cover up the red areas. Again. This is how I masked them originally. And everybody could be right. Hollywood could be shy of new ideas. Look at the young adult novel movie bust that happened. The Harry Potter movies were successful. Percy Jackson failed, right? Because by the time Percy Jackson came out, Harry Potter was already on the way out. And then they tried Immortal Engines, which from what I understand was also based on a young adult series of books. The idea for the movie was actually pretty sound, but it came in too late. By then everybody was kind of tired of it. And I think the main reason that, like, the comic book movies have held on so much longer than even that is right now it's only really DC and Marvel that are throwing this stuff out there. And Marvel's starting to feel the heat because oversaturation. They finished their core story back in 2019. And ever since then, it's just been kind of groping in the dark to find something that'll stick. Again, my take on it. And they're just pumping out so much stuff so fast that most regular people can't keep up. I don't know about you guys, I don't have the disposable income to go see in movies that often. I have other things I need to be spending my money on, like this. And if that's their hobby, cool. But I don't have that. Most normal people don't have that. And again, oversaturation of the characters and the actors and the market. DC fumbled right out the gate because they didn't, either for fear of being called, copycats, or because they wanted to try and be different, they didn't follow the Marvel formula of establishing characters before establishing the big group film. They basically ran out the door after Batman vs. Superman with Justice League, and even Batman vs. Superman felt like Justice League Light. Because you had that many other characters in it already. So you've got that. And in the meantime, at the height of comic book movies, where's Todd McFarlane with Image Comics and Spawn? How many years now have we been hearing about a Spawn remake? Basically since the first movie flopped. Where's Dark Horse Comics with another Mask movie? Or what was that what was that series? Damn it. It's right on the tip of my tongue. The Max. Where's a live action The Max? That would be fucking awesome. And it would actually be kind of relevant given the subject matter of some of the characters. They weren't exactly in the best place mentally. I mean, that would be the film to have right now to address mental health. You know, where's all these other companies with their flagship characters? No, we're just getting Marvel and DC crap. I'm going to flip it around, and I'm going to mask off the gray areas that go up here next. While that dries. Oh, that ain't good. But I need it to be able to see what I'm doing. Oh well. But if someone were to announce that the Max was being made into a movie tomorrow, I'd be all for it. A lot of you probably don't even remember that. There was actually an animated series that used to play on, I want to say MTV, based on it. Sorry if I'm working off camera, I need the light to show me the panel lines a bit better. We'll be back to our regularly scheduled nonsense. I'm getting contradictory. Aha! I was right. Haha! Arnie! You just got up and went somewhere. Arnie? You okay, bud? Well, it's not even a question about seeming more military. Look at... Oh, what's her fucking name? Fast and the Furious. The first Resident Evil... what's her name? I'll have it here in a second. Michelle Rodriguez, okay? If you look at her in The Fast and the Furious and the first Resident Evil, she gives you the effect of someone pretending to be tough, right? And you can see it in a lot of female actors who've never really held a firearm before or honestly experienced anything military. They do the extra frown and the Zendaya pout, thinking that makes them look badass. It doesn't. But if you look at her in Avatar, something changed. You know, something happened. She actually felt more like a military person in that film. Possibly due to James Cameron's directing. Did I miss something? Did an alert go off that I didn't notice? I don't see anything. Anyway. How do you think she would have done in that role? Because by this point, she actually has grown as an actor and can do that now. And you see it all the time. You get these individuals who try and play the tough role, and it just doesn't work. And that's really not a knock on their overall acting ability, because she was fine in Fast and the Furious, playing like the streetwise punk at the time. But in the intervening time, she developed more as an individual and brought that to her future characters. You can even see it in Battle LA. She played the tech sergeant. And she wasn't making the I'm tough pouty face anymore. So yeah, I'm going to have to mask these separately because I just got to cover up too much. I don't feel like being too intricate around both. There's a lot of room for failures in that. So another thing I try and do when I light my models, sorry we're getting off the movie topic here, and actors and actresses. I try not to have the LED sticking out of the surface of the model be the light source. That looks toy-like to me, and the LED overpowers the model. especially when you're trying to get something to reflect a light onto a hull or something else, right? And I see a lot of people do it all the time. Like, they would take this, cut it out, replace it with clear red plastic, put the LEDs right against it so it's really bright. So what I do is I actually have the plastic work as a diffuser for me. And if you go into the post that I made, you can see how it works. Nothing is directly illuminated. Like this, there's a hole behind it, and there's LEDs behind that. But this isn't made of clear plastic. This is just clear red over white plastic. And the white plastic is what causes the glow. Same thing in the back here, on those blue sections, and even on the other red section there. Nothing on this has a bulb sticking out. And to me, that gives it a more authentic and scale effect. You're heading out? Okay. See you later. Hold on a second, guys. Alright, I'm back. Just the wife's heading out. She won't be back till later. And I was trying to get kind of dinner ideas sorted out. But back to the lighting. So I try and light in a way that doesn't require direct lighting. Even on the Enterprise refit that I did, there's only just a few LEDs poking out of the surface of the model. Everything else is reflected inside. It's all bounce lighting. And it also makes it simpler that way when it comes to figuring out how to light it. As long as you have an open window with either some microcrystal clear or something else in it to act as your diffuser, especially once it's flat coated over, that will look like a more effective light than having 3 LEDs behind it shining like mad. I've in getting ready to light the small Reliant, I've looked at other people's work, and the amount of wires I see inside some of these models honestly scares me. It's like if you look at the refit model that I've done right now, if you were to come over here and see it in person, you would think there's a fairly large amount of LEDs in it. There's really not. A lot of it is LED strip, and then the light you see in the windows and the engines is all from being bounced back. And like even Deep Space Nine was lit like that. The model's, it's a gigantic fiberglass model, but it's got a brain poop. It's got a giant fluorescent ring in it. So it's basically a giant fluorescent chandelier. I don't know if that's helpful to anybody else, but if you've wanted to try lighting something, just remember you don't have to have the light right where the point of emission will be. You can have it, you know, back away from it. You could almost say that, but yeah, there's some people, and don't get me wrong, they're noteworthy model builders who've, you know, garnered a lot of praise in the model forums. And I know they're not electricians by trade, so gotta cut them a little slack for that. But I just look at it and I'm like, that feels a little overcomplicated. And there's other things like they go for the flashing light circuits and stuff like that. I don't. I just go for, you know, a static look if you were to take a picture of that model. So there's that as well. But even when it comes to lighting the windows, a lot of times all you need is one LED. You don't need three wired and soldered together and put in a little box where you've got that whole room inside, say, the saucer. Even this is hollow, right? All these lights under here are lit by a strip of LEDs that goes up here and another one up here, just a strip of them. But those also supply the glow for the engines back here, these here, and these here. Where a lot of other people would have put a singular purple LED underneath each of these. It just feels like overkill. But we all have a different way of doing the hobby as well. I'm just trying to showcase a different mindset where, you know, blinky lights are cool. Blinky lights also fail really fast. Even in LEDs, they fail fast. The more anything has to be turned on and off, the higher its failure rate is. Okay. What else can I mask while we're waiting? If I can mask anything. No, that's covered. So after we shoot these, I want to take a break, let it dry for a minute, pull the tape off. Then I have to mask around these two mechanical pits, and then some detailing on here. Arnie! Arnie! Yeah, he's not even coming over to me. And then I'll do some brushwork down in here with a slightly darker gray. We'll still have 4 tan panels to paint. Oh! There's gray panels on the sides. See where they go. Okay, I'm gonna just lay in the delineator because there's another detail I forgot to add that I need to go back and apply. there's a ribbed strip right here. I have to find my ribbed styrene to put that on. But this area is just about above the marker lights, like that. Okay. So like you'll see some holes still drilled in the model. That's because I'm waiting till after I dull coat it to put in basically fiber optic. Basically I'm just going to stretch some sprue, dome the end, and put it in there. It'll be a lens that I can paint clear red or clear green, or just leave it white like this one here. And those will be indirectly lit by the lights that are inside powering the engines. I've seen models of the Defiant where somebody will drill a hole and put an LED there, and when you look at it, it's not just a glowing dot that you can see, it's a blinding little laser beam that shoots into your eye. It's too high up. That's better. Well, if things go right, there's a really solid chance this can be finished by Monday-ish, I want to say. Maybe Sunday. Okay. Because after I get the panels painted, I need to gloss coat the whole thing. And let that cure before I can do decals, especially over this and this. These two colors seem to really like reacting to decal solution. They reactivate, they come up, I don't like that. And then Sunday I have more, where did I put it? I have more of this showing up. I'm almost out, so I probably won't have enough to do this model. Son of a bitch. I've got both of these too high. So this actually comes down to the seam line. Okay. And then it goes up. And up and back. Okay. Alright. So there are a couple other mitigating factors which are making it take longer than I'd like. But I ordered 2 bottles of Microsol because we've got this. We have the Galileo, Mini Reliant, and depending on how I feel after Mini Reliant, we may jump in on the Large Reliant. Get some more music going here. I'm going to take a pause real quick. I got to take a bio break, but we will be back in a moment. Alright, we're back. And we have a friend with us. Alex, thank you for the tip. I know it came through while I was away. Much appreciated. I know. Let's make some space for you. I know I got a lot of stuff up here today. There's nothing in that dish. Thank you very much for that, Alex. Okay, where were we? What were we going to mask? Okay, the sides. Oh, and just to show you the decals, they're the same looks-wise. I don't know if it'll show up on camera. Original? New. clicked on the wrong thing. I need that top view of it that I had. There we go. So there's not really a good panel line to go by on this. Yeah, that's why I needed to buy new ones. The original ones probably would have worked in terms of being physically viable. But the main issue is all of the adhesive, because that's what turns yellow on decals. It's not the film that turns yellow. It's the adhesive. And what happens is that you could put them in water, let them soak, clean them out, run them around on something else. You could do everything to make sure you got as much of that out as there as possible. And it would look fresh and clean and usable. But once that decal dries, the remaining adhesive under it would turn yellow. Spammer. I had a model of the Jupiter 2 from the 98 Lost in Space. I had to throw it out. Because the whole thing, all the markings on it were yellow. They didn't appear yellow. Nowhere near as bad as that anyway, so I figured I could wash it out from under it. Nope. So yeah, I had to throw away that model, which did not make me happy. Because outside of that, it turned out really well. I even had some 35th scale figures on the bridge, or not 35th scale, 350th scale figures on the bridge. Because it, judging from the seats they had in there, it scaled out roughly to that. If I were to do it again, I would actually try and do better on the bridge. And make... What am I looking at here? What do I want to do? But I would actually try and light it and do more on the bridge. But the kit's been long out of production, so chances of that happening are not great. Okay, I need to establish the down line on this. No, it didn't make me angry, and I tried different techniques to try and limit it, but I just couldn't get the yellow to go away fully enough, so I just had to, I trashed it. If it ever gets re-released, I might try it again, but until then, probably not. I didn't even look to see if HDA had decals for it, so... Because I know it's not too expensive on eBay, but I'm not... It's not on my radar right now. I've got enough other projects that I keep getting sidetracked by. But Alien Hind is still something I want to try and make like a winter project. And things hopefully might change here a lot in the next 6 months to a year, in a good way. At least I hope so. And I mean that in a way where I might have the opportunity to make streaming a more prevalent experience. I don't want to say full-time, but I would be able to devote more time to it. And I say it that way because even if something happens where I'm able to make it a more full-time thing, I would still keep part-time employment just for the sake of spending money and gas money. Let me see. And I didn't throw the Jupiter 2 into the wall either. I had it on my shelf for a couple years because I kept thinking maybe I can go back, revisit, fix it. But after a while, it just started getting, I call it shelfware. You know, just little things start happening, things get broken, bumped, damaged, scuffed. And I'm like, I'm tired of moving it around the room, so let's just get rid of it. I don't know why, but today I'm kind of feeling this music. It's hitting right. Oh, that's still very much at the forefront. Don't get me wrong. It just won't be here, not in Utah. That'll be after we move, because then we'll have a better idea of where we sit. Especially if we can work things right, we won't have a house payment. So that being the case would free up a lot of stuff for other things. Okay, Allie, I gotta shoot some paint, so can I get you off the desk? Huh? Huh? I gotta shoot some paint, girl. I need to get you off the desk. I don't want you getting paint in the face. I would feel bad. Can you get down? Come on, Allie. Come on. Come here, girl. Go see Arnie. Yeah, here you go. Good girl. Alright. But, believe it or not, the hobby shop thing was my wife's idea, and she's been very supportive of my hobby ever since we first met. 22 years, actually right now. We got married in 03, so it'll be 22 years married. 24 years together. Fur. And she doesn't give me a face whenever I get a new kit or anything like that. Probably because she sees me actually finishing stuff. It's not like I'm sitting there, you know, and I start 5 models and 10 years later I haven't finished a single one of them. Some kind of get that way, but most of the time if I buy something, the energy's still there for me to go, ooh, and push through, right? Got cat hair on my nose. Oh, Allie's in the donut. That's Frankie's spot, you know that, right? He's not going to be happy if he comes down and sees you there. When it comes to these gray panels over what I can only assume is probably this ship's version of the Impulse Crystal. I don't know. I almost didn't see them, even on the filming model, until I saw the light hit it at just the right angle. I'm like, oh, there's a slightly different shade there. That's pretty much it. I'm not going to the clubs. I'm not doing anything stupid like that. Even back then, I wasn't into that shit. So there's that, and these. Make sure there's not anything back here. Cat fur in the nose still, at least it feels like it. Ah, there are panels back here. Just give some of these another coat to make sure I've got them covered thoroughly. That, and I have so little paint left in the airbrush, it's not going to pour back into the bottle easily. And I don't belittle her hobbies either. She does diamond art and stuff like that. So all you car guys and gamer guys out there who keep having girl trouble, acknowledge their hobby as much as they acknowledge yours, and you might find it goes a lot easier. And also know when to put your hobby down and spend time with them. A lot of the days you don't see me streaming, it's because I'm upstairs doing something with her or just being available, you know. That's when I'm not at work. Music's not too loud today, is it? Or has it been at a good level most of the time? This one feels louder than the one earlier. I know it sounds stupid, but whenever possible, recycle your tape. Tape ain't cheap, and you might have the right sizes for things. I was asking for Aries too, because I know sometimes he has a bit of a sensitivity, but he might be driving home right now too. Not a perfect facsimile, but I'll live with it. That looks just about right. Good enough for me. You got what on tape? Sorry. Or were you commenting on me peeling the tape? Sorry, I'm kind of out of it today, too. I got to sleep early, didn't sleep too badly, but it still feels like I could have slept better. That's okay. I figured there was something lost in translation there, but that's alright. I haven't been the sharpest bulb in the box. That's usually the broken one. I don't know what the what your version of a dollar store would be. I know in the UK it's Poundland, but yeah, even sometimes I'll just get masking tape from there. I can get the good stuff cheap at work, so I get it there when I can. Wow, I haven't heard a drum and bass drop like that since Adult Swim was popular. I just aged myself again, didn't I? I may have made the base color of the ship a bit too bright as well. There's a couple things I can do to knock that down after the fact. But the pictures I have of it are in bright sunlight on a white table. So it's making the ship appear darker compared to the table as it is. There it is. Okay. Well, yeah. I could always do the mythical USS Monitor. There was a Defiant class ship in one of the books. Came out shortly after Generations, but right before First Contact. Kirk had been resurrected by the Romulans using Borg technology. And the crew of the Enterprise, seeing as how the Enterprise E didn't exist yet and the D had been destroyed, to go figure out what was going on, because they had to wormhole jump and stuff. They basically stole a Defiant prototype called the Monitor, painted all black. They renamed it the Enterprise through the course of the book. And they took it to the Delta Quadrant because it turns out that the Borg saw Spock as one of their own because they created V'ger. So that's the kind of, fan writing that kind of gets on my nerves. Because in that book, they supposed that V'ger had come from the Delta Quadrant. That's where it made it to slowly and then came back. And the Borg are the ones that rebuilt V'ger. It was an interesting read, but at the time it was very fan fiction-y. And it was an officially released book. Not that books have anything to do with any kind of Star Trek canon of any kind. Well, it depends on the fan you talk to, I guess. I don't remember the title of it. I read it, God, back when it came out. That was... Jesus, that was a long time ago. A friend of mine had it and let me borrow it. And if I remember right, part of the idea of Kirk getting resurrected was reused in Star Trek Nemesis. Like, the Romulans were looking for a way to infiltrate Star Trek or Starfleet, and they could basically use Kirk as like a sock puppet, being that he was barely above an android in terms of his control. Like, he was having weird flip outs and freak outs and stuff. I don't remember the title of the book. It's been that long. Got that masked off. Let's throw some more area masking on. That ain't gonna work. So we were at 429 subs. I haven't looked to see how many we're at now. If any of you watching on the YouTube side have subbed, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. If we can get up to 430, it means we just need 70 more. And then that hurdle is out of the way for monetizing the channel, and then we can move on to doing things to getting viewership up. That's going to be the harder part. Because one of the other requirements is you need like a minimum of 12,000 views in a month. Okay. These should be pretty straightforward. Come on, motor controls, don't fail me now. What now? What's so steep? Stairs? Prices? Mountains? Or were you looking into the other requirements for monetization? We can do it. I've made it this far in a year. I mean, I've been uploading little things here and there before then, but the biggest push has been in the past year. I'm not too worried about it. Plus, right now it's just a hobby, not like my life is depending on it. I only need 500. They changed it. You used to need 1,000, but they changed it to 500 now. So that's more achievable. But after I reach that, I need to get X amount of view hours per month in before I can get that next hurdle out of the way. I know, by comparison, Twitch makes it so easy because you only need to get 50. You only need to get 50 followers before you can become. What's that next level? You only need to get 50 followers before you can unlock subs and things like that. You know, an associate, I think it is. But and I've been past that for a long time. Twitch is kind of plateaued. There's only so many people there going for this kind of content anyway. And I'm not about to start spending Warhammer money. And if you guys want to see me do Warhammer, I can do that. I got a printer. But I also feel I'd be more lost in the sea of, not noise in a negative way in terms of the other streamers being noisy, but I would have an extremely low signal to noise ratio compared to others. So another reason I'm not really doing that. Maybe next big step will be to get a better camera with better macro on it, and I can start doing smaller scale figures like 35th scale. Maybe branch out into that a little bit. That's another reason I went back to the camera I've got now. Don't get me wrong, I do appreciate people who donate and things, because it does go toward the stream. You know, I use it, like, when I get the donation, I'm like, okay, what was that supply I needed? Or that kit I was thinking of building on stream, you know, that kind of thing. And once I reach that, I get it, you know, even without a stream goal set up, it all goes towards something. It's not like, you know, I'm getting it and you're not seeing the end result of it. No, I don't want things for free. I will work for them. But, like, talking about doing this more full-time, it just means that there may be a change coming that will allow me the opportunity to do that, you know? I'm not just jumping out there going, this is all I can do, give me money, you know? I'm making sure my home is covered and my fridge is full before I do that. No, I know influencing. Yeah, there's somebody who's been getting a lot of flack lately because his true colors are finally showing on that. Because, yeah, I make reels, right? Or shorts. And I do reels from time to time. I'll just make the short into a reel and put it on Instagram. But if you're not subscribed to me, you're probably not going to see my stuff show up in your feed, right? I'm not one of those people who is gaming the system and then all of a sudden your feed is flooded with my stuff non-stop to the point where you've got to block me, you know? When that happens, I have blocked certain individuals because of that, because that puts me off immediately. It makes me not want to see your face at all. And what's sad is, I don't think they realize it or not, but that's how annoying a lot of influencers stuff is when it starts to come over like that. You know, it's like, I don't look this stuff up, I don't search your stuff, I'm not even in the same social circle as looking that stuff up, yet here it is intruding on my thing that I use for my own peace, you know. Alex, thank you for that. Thank you. I appreciate that. And don't get me wrong, believe it or not, I have influenced a couple of people. There's, and not because I'm like in your face about it, but they see what I'm able to do with it, and because of that, they have made the decision on their own to pursue certain hobbies. You know, I've had people come onto my channel, and the next time I talk to them, they bought 3D printers. You know, because they see me doing it. They see what I'm capable of doing with it, and I let them know that those kind of results are within their reach. And I hope I don't come across as some megalomaniacal perfectionist know-it-all about it. But I know what I know because of how I do it. I don't presume that other people are at the same level as me. And I don't mean that in you're beneath me kind of way. I mean that in a you could be better than me, you just haven't done it, so you don't know. I don't know. Right? There we go. That's the picture I needed. Okay. I do it in more of a you don't know until you try kind of aspect. And there's people out there that have tried and they've liked it and they're still doing it, which is excellent. That's what I want. I really dislike those who, I don't want to say gatekeep a hobby because that's the wrong idea. Gatekeeping these days brings up connotations of other things that we don't want in the stream anyway. But like, just recently I was working with somebody who, he's not doing the hobby because it's an enjoyment. He's doing it because he saw a 5-minute craft video on how to do it, and he sold it on eBay and made a couple bucks, so now he acts like an authority on it. Those are the kind of people that drive people away from things. When they get that little, when they get that little nod to their narcissism in, and it goes right to their head, and they decide that they are now the ultimate resource and nobody else can be. He says I'm calm. He must not have watched that Stalker stream. Honestly, after the 20th rat, yeah, I kind of lost it. I even lost a couple subs on that. Yeah, that was not a shining moment of me. But there's people out there that I see that are popular, but when you start to look at them and listen to what they say, you begin questioning. You're like, why is this person this popular? And I'm sure somebody might do that to me, and just because I've got 50 more subs than they do. I'm nobody. I'll start that out right there. I am nobody. I am a guy who plays with plastic toys. That's what I am. But I've also seen people out there that do quite a lot less and somehow have garnered a lot more. And it's not coming from a point of jealousy, it's coming from a point of, what am I doing wrong? You know? It's like, what could I do better to get that? But then I look further and it's like, no. Something was paid here. Something was spent here for this to happen. This is someone operating at a level that I cannot afford. That's how they are where they are. Which, when you realize that about some people, you begin to understand that in a way that kind of removes a little bit of their legitimacy. You know, it's like, why should I give this person any of my attention when this early on I can already see through? Okay, did I miss something? Sorry, I'm having what feels like an aneurysm right now. I did miss something. Okay. But you're right, I don't push people. That is one thing. I'm on when I can be on. I appreciate everybody who's watching and contributing. And that's all I can really ask for. Anything more is up to you guys. You know, I can't say, you must watch me, you must do my bidding. And if anyone's interested in this hobby, pick it up. It's not that hard, but it's not that easy either. It all depends if you want to step into the shallow end or completely jump into the deep end. And I've seen people who do both have good results. Hey, model student, how you doing? Welcome in. Sometimes there are people out there in the hobby that it feels like that's what they want. It's like if you're not using X supplies by X manufacturer on X kit, then you're not building models right. And it's like, no. That is far from the truth. The real truth is, if you're not having fun doing it whatever way you please, then you're not doing it right. Why did my phone just go blinky blink? And it's just, I've run into a... See? You're building Gunpla. And even within Gunpla, I've noticed you have personalities, you know? Whether you're just clipping them off the sprue and cleaning them up before you put them together so they'll fit right, or you're blending away the seams using glass files, as long as you're having fun doing it, just do it. Right? Actually, I'm being really wasteful with my tape right now, but I don't care. And that's kind of what I wanted. That's the way I want to be looked at. And I've had people see it the other way, where I'm negative because I don't subscribe to the norm, right? I'm not shoving MIG and AK and this and that down people's throats. I'm just saying, hey, you got plastic? Put it together. Let the cat on the table, you know? So, outside of this, the only other markings we've got left to paint, and I'm probably going to let this stream go a little long because of it. Normally I cap off at 3 hours. I might be able to brush paint this. There's 2 different grays right around the bridge here. And then there's the 4 yellow panels. These 2, I can brush paint. That's Radome Tan. Up here, I'm going to have to mask. Arnie. Wow, he's been having a rough day. He's been getting sick. Now he's hiding in the donut. If he gets worse, we'll probably take him to the vet, but they're just going to tell us what we already know. He's on the way out. He's 18 years old. I've only got one Gundam model right now, and I bought it 2 years ago, and I haven't started. Alex! Thank you! You're spoiling me today.
Alex tipped $13.37. You get some more take then. Oh my, you miss a lot. Just kidding. Love this.
Thank you very much for that. I might do a special kit then. It's different. Because normally I do a lot of sci-fi or military. How about a farm tractor? There's one that I recently ordered. It'll be here probably Monday or Tuesday. Is a front end loader with an articulated plow from Hasegawa. And they also do a tractor. They do a lot of others too, but I just want to feel out the kits and see how they are. Thank you, model student. Yeah, honestly I probably could have ordered Aztec Demi's kit for this, for doing it, but I like freelancing it. And I don't have the patience to do the full 5-color interference on something like the refit. Aries Studios, on the other hand, he's one of my viewers. He's probably on his way home from work. He does have the Aztec Dummy kit for the refit, and he wants to use it. The only thing I'm worried about is it's been sitting for 20 years, so I don't know how well the adhesive's going to be for the kit on him. I was thinking of getting that one. The one that has the two. It's got the kind of like the auger on it, and the other one's got the claw. And I like that each one comes with a driver figure too. It's not like you're going, oh, okay, I've got this, so what now? But they actually supply their own, you know, Japanese road worker kits or figures with it. They even make a figure kit of different construction workers. But they've got that one, and they have the, like you said, it's got the digger and a plow on the front of the little tracked thing. I have the ancient Ertl bulldozer, the Cat D8. That's gonna be a struggle. Clean out the airbrush. Okay, last bit of masking will be right up front on that nose. And then I'll brush paint this, and then I think I can clear coat. Anything else that I miss, I can just hand paint in. Oh, there's plenty out there. Try CG Trader. And you got to remember, if the figure is well detailed, like say it's made to be 1/16 scale, you can shrink it down to 35th scale. I do it all the time. That's how I got the Baroness in 1/3. What's going on YouTube today? Oh, this won't be a short today, I can guarantee you that. It's even after the gloss sealant, I'll have to add the decals, the flat sealer, and then go back and I almost wanted to rescribe it, but I didn't. Just going to pencil in the panel lines. But now I've got one Gundam kit I bought like 2 years ago up in Washington. It's a master grade. I just haven't got around to it. Thingiverse I try and stay away from now. Unless I know it's legitimately from there. Like, it's a creator there that made it and meant for it to be sold there. Just lately there's been a lot of file stealing that's been going on, where people will put something on Thingiverse for free until it gets flagged as not right and taken down. Because I'm all about the original artist getting their fair share from their creations. Same reason I really don't buy things from Etsy when it comes to 3D printing, because I know for a fact that I want to say 95% of the files are unfortunately resellers. There we go. Get a picture of that nose on here. There we go. Well, there's even times I've found resellers on CG Trader selling files and report them. They get taken down pretty quick. Thank you. Yeah, it's the old Defiant from Deep Space Nine. She's fully lit, too. Obviously can't really show that in the middle of painting it. Sorry, my ear tickles. I want to at least get all the masking and airbrushing done before I shut down stream for the day. That way it feels more complete. So, Sunday... Would you like to see more of the Defiant, or continuation of the Fledermaus? I can do either or, I just like to break it up. should really round the corners on these, but I'm not. I'm such a bad modeler. If I need to, I can go back with the base paint and really cut them rounded. We'll see how it looks after I peel it off. Hey, Kenneth! Oh, the whole crowd's here. Did I start too early, or is everybody just getting in too late? Yeah, I figured a good masking stream would be low-key for today. Hey, Major Havoc. Things are going alright. Making good progress on the Defiant here. So since the small Reliant is going to be made to be basically a giveaway model once the big one's underway, should I use the Saratoga decals that came with it? The Aztec set came with a set of decals for the Saratoga as well. It would be Cisco's Saratoga, though, not Star Trek IV Saratoga. That one I'm going to have to cut in. Because the only thing I'm doing the smaller Reliant for is practice for the big one. I spent quite a bit of money to make a practice model. Stupid, yes, but fun at the same time. Alright, cool. Yeah, that's another reason I started a little earlier today, to hopefully give you more time, which looks like it worked out that way. Normally I'm on about 2-ish. Today I was on at just after noon, so I started 2 hours earlier than usual. And it looks like it made a difference. I've had a lot more engagement with everybody today, so thank you for that. Hey, Flight Sim. Oh, so it's 11:30. Okay. Kick you over just a little bit there. No. This is a big kit. That's not a knife. And the Reliant is still smaller than the refit. I am happy with how this is coming out. Still feels like it's a bit brighter than it should be, but even on the show I think that intensity changed depending on the lighting and if it was the CG model or the real one. No, if I was going to go on a summer vacation in a model, it would be the Italeri 35th scale Schnell boot. My father gave me one. It's sitting up in my closet. I have no place to put it. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. I used to work night shifts, so I know your pain. I was hoping to make the Schnellboot RC, but my father glued in the prop shaft housings, and I'm having difficulty getting them off. I can't fit the damn thing in my freezer to freeze it so I can crack the seam. So you just printed a pile of goo. Yeah, I'm gonna have to retouch this, I can already tell. I'm having the same problem, model student. Because I want to build it, but generally if I build something that large, it's going to be a useful display piece. Like all my 16th scale tanks run. I don't have a single static 16th scale tank. And if I do it RC, I'm going to need the crew. And I know the crew is not cheap. Nothing by Italeri is cheap. Like we were talking about that Freightliner truck that I wanted to get. And one of my viewers found it on eBay for 40 bucks, which is great. You know, I appreciate that. They didn't look at the shipping. The seller was recouping some of the cost with the shipping. Well, that's just it. If I build that Schnellboot, it will be a fully functioning RC. Especially considering he got the brass propellers for it, too. And then I got to figure out the triple drive system and just, you know, it's... The Schnellboot is one compounding issue after another. And Kevin Wheatcroft in the UK is restoring one. The last one in the world, apparently. What scheme are you going to do yours in? The Splinter scheme or the white with the panther on the side? The airbrush is flushed. Yeah, so do I. I'll have to look through the options and see what there is. And just these days, you got to be really selective doing models on YouTube as well. Apparently, there's people targeting World War II German model builders. Particularly those that like to put the Hakenkreuz on their vehicles. Granted, it's not wrong, but if you're building a Tiger, it doesn't need it. If you're building a plane and you're streaming the builds, leave it off till after the stream. Make it the last thing you put on. I'm all about historical accuracy, but there's also a certain sense of tact that seems to be missing in this whole discussion. Okay. I'm glad I mixed up more of this base color than I needed. Where are my paint lids? There we go. And it doesn't seem so much like the algorithm's picking up the symbol in reviewing videos. It seems more like people are going around and reporting people for it. For me, that whole discussion comes around kind of like the in 3D printing. Let me use this as an example. A lot of the figures I print come with nude options. I don't mind that they're out there, right? It's cool if that floats your boat and gets your goat, then more power to you. But I'm not about to start printing off a bunch of TNA and having it around the house. You know, it's unseemly. And same thing with certain symbols. I'm all for historical accuracy. You want to put that stuff on your tank, go ahead. You know, enter it in the IPMS contests, whatever. But don't be surprised. Okay, I'm seeing two different bridges now. What the fuck? Don't be surprised if somebody sees it and takes it the wrong way and says something. Oh, the main problem there is the German one is radically different from the Danish one, and all the companies are basing theirs off the German one. When did the filming model have two different bridges? Okay, that's not the one I need to represent then. So does the Das Werk one come with the wedge-shaped front end with the rectangular headlights? Or does it come with the standard German version front end with the round headlights? Ow, 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 ow. Sorry, I'm popping my ankles here. Star Trek, yes, from Deep Space Nine. I'll have to look up the Danish Leopard 2A7. Well, it's not so much the modern headlights and frontal armor, it's the export headlights and frontal armor. Because in my research when I was doing the A7 Plus, I noticed that all the German A7s have your standard German Leopard 2 A6 looking front end. All of your export Leopards, Danish, Spanish, Greek, Polish, whatever, had the more refined and angled front end and the rectangular headlights. Which used to denote the Leopard 2A6EX, which is export. Alright, let me see if they even have the lines there. They do. Okay. Yeah, I at least want to get this clear coated before I shut down. Hi, Marmar. Hi, Allie. What are you guys doing? They do flight sim. It's not currently available because they're retooling it to reflect the 2A7. They no longer do the 2A6. And to be quite honest, if you want an RC Leopard 2, just get the full metal hang-long one. It's just as good. Especially with the 7.0 control system that they've got. You'll save yourself about $800 doing it that way. Just like they re-released their Sherman, but it feels like they took a step backwards by putting what's essentially a modern version of the old clutch drive gearbox in it, so it steers correctly. And I'm like, you know, you can set your controller to do it without neutral steer. And it doesn't have the full sound effects suite either. Alright, now we are going to gloss coat. Actually, I should probably give that gray one more shot. I've always wanted to do a 2A6M with the slat armor. But I figured I'd be fixing that every 5 feet in RC. Well, I built one back then too. I took it to the Mideast with me and broke a suspension arm, threw a spline tooth in the gearbox. Yeah, I put it through hell. Normally I'd use a different clear coat that I've got more abundantly. I've been having trouble with it laying down evenly lately, so I'm using Vallejo Model Air clear to see if it goes on harder. and seals better. Doesn't have to be perfectly shiny, just has to give you a smoother layer than the base flat paint. But the smoother you can get it, the better. And I'm hoping it'll provide a more stable barrier for the mission models paints I've used, because they have really been pissing me off lately in how they they reactivate with decal solutions. I'll probably do one test decal tonight, just to see how they react with everything. And we'll do the rest on Sunday or Monday. It depends on when I have my decal solution show up. I ordered 2 more bottles. They're supposed to be here Sunday, but if they arrive later in the afternoon, then obviously. Am I wrong in saying that the only tank I think the trophy system looks good on is the Merkava? It's almost like the Merkava 4 was designed to have it implemented, where everything else is like, oh yeah, we can fit that. How do we make a box fit? Either I'm applying this too dry or the paint I'm putting it on is real thirsty. Or both. I've honestly never had a spray clear go on smooth without either spray can or just straight up brushing it on. And remember, I still got to flip it over and do the underside. It does, especially if you're using Tamiya paints. Because they can kind of go a weird chalky when you thin them awfully, you know? If you don't get it just right, they start turning chalky. But when you lay the clear coat down over it, it essentially wets the color back down and returns it to how it should be. So when you go to do your flat coat, everything reads right. And I am applying it a little extra thick over the mission models areas where there might be decals. You okay, Allie? Stay down there, girl. I'm still painting. Sorry if I'm working off camera. Just now it's to the point where I gotta hold it as I can. Now, I did not do perfect seam filling or anything on this. I was more interested in just lighting it and having it look cool on the shelf. Said it before, I'll say it again. If I worried about getting everything perfect on every model I worked on, I wouldn't get shit done. I really wouldn't. If I worried about every build being contest ready, I'd never be anywhere. Oh, there's hairs in it. There's a big one right up top. I'm gonna have to see about sanding it out. I'm going to thin out what's remaining and see if that'll provide a better flow. Best clear coats on the market no longer exist. Future and Tester's dull coat acrylic. Usually, Allie's pretty good at waiting until I'm done spraying before jumping up. Oh yeah, that gets a much smoother laydown. Okay. And a better fan. Yeah, you gotta get that right mix. And you gotta have it lay down just right too. If you do your dull coat wrong, either too dry or too thick, it can actually make the model frosty, which will give it a whitish appearance. Which is actually a technique I gotta remember, because I kind of want to do a winter scene on something, and it does have that perfect hoarfrost look to it. So I gotta remember that. filter's working overtime right now. And my other concern is I don't know how well HDA ModelWorks decals work. So I'm going blind on a couple things here. I haven't heard bad things, but I really haven't heard anything. One more overall shot on the lower hull, and I think we'll call this good. And we will let it cure until Sunday. Right now, one of the best clear coats you can get is Tamiya clear out of a can. All right. I have to put the fan in the window here. Jesus. The only problem is, to me, a clear in a can's like $13. And if you're spraying it over acrylics, it can sometimes adversely affect them if you put them on too heavily. Yeah, I heard that. We had something similar happen a couple of years ago. Well, more than a couple, more like 20. But it was more about the labeling of the chemicals, and it was basically the hazard warning labels had to be adjusted. Once they did that, they were flowing free again. That's back when that that C65 label came out. I was like, oh, there's a carbon that can cause cancer. I was like, well, it seems like in California you guys bathe in all this crap, so no wonder you got cancer in California. Yeah, but depending on how Sunday goes, we could either do more work on this. We'll have to see what my dexterity feels like too, because I've been having some motor control issues. I'm amazed today went as smoothly as it did. It's either this, the shuttle, Fledermaus, maybe Eve from Stellar Blade, or we can build the wiring harness and light kit for the small Reliant. We'll figure that out Sunday, though. I want to see how I feel after getting home from work tomorrow. But yeah, we've gotten as far as we can. I need to let this cure. Thank you everybody for watching. If you're new here and you've subbed on YouTube, thank you very much. Alex, thank you again for all the little drops and sponsors and the support. I really do appreciate it, and I'll figure out a special model for the stream we can use that on. So, thanks everybody for watching. I hope you all have a good day, and see you later. Have a good weekend. Build something, paint something, mow the yard. I don't know. Just try and do something. So you all have a good day.